Teresa, this is Richard. If you can hear me, you need to press a button on a dialog box that popped up to allow you to become a panelist. I think you got it.
Wanted to do a mic check. Thank you for letting me in.
All right. We can hear you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think I see a quorum. Who's acting as city clerk tonight? Is that you, Sabrina, or Ursula?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that would be me.
Okay, Madam Clerk. I see at least 4 city council faces here. Are we ready to begin?
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You're ready for me to call the roll?
Okay, excellent. Well, welcome everyone to the special open session to hear public comment before closed session. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember Jimenez. We'll come back. Vice Mayor Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez. Councilmember Martinez. Councilmember McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilmember Willis
Here.
and Mayor Butt.
Here.
And let's go back to Councilmember Jimenez. Absent. And Councilmember Martinez. Absent.
Okay, we have anybody, would you read the items for tonight's agenda for closed session, please?
Yes. In this evening's closed session, the council will discuss the following items: conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, SPRAWDEF ETAL versus the City of Richmond, North Coast Rivers Alliance et al., Point Melody Alliance et al. Versus the City of Richmond, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, 3 cases.
Okay, do we have anybody signed up for public comment?
We have hands coming up now. Yes, we do. We have about 3 hands and still more hands coming up. As a reminder, public comment before closed session is an opportunity for members of the public to address the council on items listed under closed session. Joshua,
Okay.
would you like to call the speaker?
Please
Sure.
call the speakers.
I have 4 speakers as of right now: Elsa Stevens, Jim Hansen, Pam Stello, and Jeannie Quartz. I'll go ahead and start with Elsa Stevens. You will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Elsa Stevens, Richmond voter. Please do not allow public land to be permanently stolen from Richmond residents so that a very few people could make a quick buck. Richmond is in dire need of quality, low-income, social housing with an easy access to public transportation, schools, shopping, and city services. If our city government had the best interests of the public, building trades would have larger and more numerous projects to keep them busy for decades instead of being tied down to short-term projects that poison our neighborhoods and deny us public land, public parkland, and bankrupt the city coffers. The casino deal was a big mistake. You don't have to save face by defacing Point Molate. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jim Hansen. Jim, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Great, thank you. Jim Hansen, Richmond residents. Thank you, Council, for continuing to work to find a better resolution for the repurposing of Point Melody. One that makes sense as a genuine economic stimulus to make Richmond attractive to investors, and also as a health benefit to all residents to provide outdoor recreation, clean air, and parkland for family get-togethers, and a place of remarkable natural beauty right on the bay. You know, anyone who looks at the financials for the current SunCal project that was approved previously will see that the story about it being a net financial property tax benefit to our city is a pipe dream. Not only it subjects middle or would subject middle and limited income residents to ultimately subsidizing high-end condominiums, but also adding new and much more costly shoreline subsidy headaches to each city budget year. Please, and just thank you for your continued work to find a fair, better solutions and also process, kind of hit the reset button to find a more trustworthy public planning process and financial responsibility and representation that looks out for Richmond. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Pam Stello. Pam, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, thank you. A Stanford undergraduate wrote her recent senior thesis about Point Melody. She writes about environmental gentrification defined as a process that involves investment in outdoor public spaces such as trails and parks for the purpose of attracting luxury real estate instead of for the benefit of the people who are already there. They use promises of walkability, sustainability, and public access to hide the displacement of low-income residents, she writes. And in the United States, this process often entails racial exclusion. Using this framework, the student's thesis is the violence of this process and the example of the SunCal project against the people of Richmond and the Ohlone. She's now working on articles for the public and academic journals. Violence struck me as an appropriate frame. The Academy of Sciences is one sponsor of a BioBlitz at Point Melati, September 7th. Just on the shoreline, there's that much life there. Citizen scientists have documented over 600 species at Point Melati, and they only have access to the beach park. It's the second hottest spot for osprey next to Mar Island, and over 1,000 people go every year to Mar Island to see the osprey on Osprey Day. The eelgrass is part of international studies. It's genetically unique in a way that allows it to adapt for restoration projects. It's a fantastic carbon sink. There's more of everything that lives on eelgrass at Point Melati's eelgrass. Entomologists go crazy. Point Melati is replete with native bees that are going extinct. The proposal transfers that wealth from underparked and undersourced families for destruction for SunCal's bottom line. The Ohlone, the current proposal to destroy their sacred shell mounds and send the human remains and artifacts to a museum, that's violence. Please do whatever it takes to stop the transfer of irreplaceable wealth from the Ohlone and the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jeannie Courts. Jeannie, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, Jeannie Courts, Richmond resident. I urge the council to move forward with a settlement agreement on Point Melati. The housing development plan for Point Melati is an extremely poor plan. It will impact traffic, add to greenhouse gas emissions, cut down trees that are habitat for birds, insects, and other wildlife, and will destroy an intact watershed that helps keep the largest eelgrass beds in San Francisco Bay healthy. It's dangerous because the location is in a high fire zone and is located over the ridge from Chevron. Chevron has had multiple large flaring incidents this year. There was a very large flaring incident just 2 weeks ago and sent plumes of hazardous black smoke into the air. The scene reminded me of the fire and explosion at the refinery in 2012. Because there is no viable means of evacuation in case of a fire or fire and explosion at Chevron, an estimated 4,000 residents will be trapped. We are learning more and more about the importance of eelgrass beds in mitigating carbon emissions and serve as a nursery for Diogenes crabs, herring, and other fish species. We are also learning more about the Ohlone shell mounds and burial sites. No thought has been put into preserving these sites, but instead there's a plan to send any human remains or artifacts found to a museum. This is not right and not in accordance with Ohlone wishes. There is so much to lose as we learn more and more about the negative impacts of this development. I have said this before and I will say it again. Why are we not looking for developers that will develop affordable and mixed-use housing in the core of Richmond? Check out surrounding East Bay cities. You will see core housing developments all over El Cerrito, Berkeley, and Oakland. Why are we focusing on a development so far away from public transportation with no infrastructure and in a dangerous area with traffic often backed up at the Richmond Bridge Toll Plaza? The proposed housing development Point Melati is straight out of 1980s planning. Let's get with the times and develop for the 21st century. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, thank you. With that, we are now adjourned to closed session.
mixed messages since the beginning of the COVID pandemic. So I certainly
1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see, I'm looking for a quorum. Melvin, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, and Eduardo?
Also, I'll just note that I'm dealing with some stomach issues, so that's why I'm not on camera.
Oh, okay, all right, so I do see,
We understand it's a privilege.
Madam Clerk, are you ready to go?
I am ready.
Okay, off and running. Welcome everyone to a special meeting of the Richmond City Council. Would you call the roll?
Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Jimenez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin. Councilmember McLaughlin. We'll come back. Councilmember Willis.
Here.
Mayor Butt.
Here.
And let's go back to Mayor Councilmember Bates. We'll get it together. Councilmember Bates, are you here? Absent. And Councilmember McLaughlin, are you here? Absent. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Would you run the public comment instructional video, please?
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N-29-20, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The Mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and kcrt.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom, en conformidad con las secciones de la orden ejecutiva del gobernador N-2920, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la secretaria municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
You're muted, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, you're muted.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is conflict of interest. Does anybody have a conflict of interest? I don't hear any. Next item is agenda review.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I think like in H4, you might have a conflict of a common law conflict of interest. Like I want to get the city attorney information about that, so we are making sure that we promote public trust and that this thing doesn't if you don't recuse yourself, it's not looking good for the city or preventing some issues, further issues in the city. So, city attorney, could you talk a little bit about
Councilor
this?
Jimenez, you can't address the city attorney directly. It's the chair that makes decisions,
Okay.
and you certainly can dispute those decisions. But the chair's decision is that I will not be recusing myself.
But
So
could
if you want to dispute that, we can take a vote on it.
No, I don't want to dispute that. I just think that for the public to know more about why that is a recommendation that has been done, it will be important. So it's a to you. You put in the city in jeopardy for doing what you are doing, but it's a to you. You are the chair, as you said.
Okay, well, thank you for your opinion. Anybody else have anything under conflict of interest? Okay, not seeing any, we'll move on to agenda review. Are there any changes to the agenda, Vice Mayor Johnson?
Okay.
I am requesting that we move item I3 up to after the consent calendar. The youth council are active students who have class in the morning, and I want to make sure that we get them, out of here at a reasonable time.
Where exactly do you want to put it?
I was requesting that we move I3 after the consent calendar, as I stated.
Okay, I'll be happy to do that unless somebody wants to contest it. Okay, any other, on agenda review, I want to take 4 items off the consent calendar, item H1, H2, H3, and H4. Any other items under agenda review? I don't see any. Okay, next item is report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session. City attorney.
There were no final decisions made during closed session.
Okay, thank you. Next item is report from the city manager.
So, Mayor, we are trying to assist the county in its efforts at this point with promoting vaccinations and the importance of them, and we will show a brief video
Right now?
right now.
Okay.
Well, for anyone who's feeling suspicious of the vaccine, I would say I can understand how you might feel like that. There have been a number of different mixed messages since the beginning of the COVID pandemic. So I certainly understand that people aren't sure, who can I trust? Who can I believe? You know, is this real? Is this safe? I certainly understand that. And I feel that this has been approved, by the FDA, the CDC, all of the scientists at the top have reviewed this, and it has been approved. So I would say listen in particular to your own, physician. Speak to your physician. They know you, they know your health situation, they know what's going on, and they can give you that great advice that you need.
Thank you. So please get vaccinated. It's free, it's easy. We have sites here in Richmond. Thank you.
Can I make a quick comment, Mr. Mayor?
You may.
I know she said it already in this video, but I did want to say that I'm under the understanding that the FDA did approve the Pfizer vaccine, and that's the vaccine that I got too, and I've been fine. Everybody I know who's gotten it is fine. So I will also just emphasize, please get vaccinated if you're worried about getting that FDA approval first. That's all.
Okay, anything else, City Manager?
No, thank you.
Okay, next is a report from the police chief.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Louis Torona, the Assistant Police Chief. I want to send the apologies from Chief French that she's not able to attend this meeting. However, I'm standing in her place. In terms of the report, since the last meeting, July 27th, we've had 6 shootings in the city of Richmond, 2 in the Southern District, 3 in Central, 1 in Northern. 1 has resulted in an arrest, and the other 5 are still under active investigation. We've had 8 robberies, resulting in 1 arrest and leads on the others. 2 rapes with suspects identified, and 6 domestic assaults. One thing to note is that we did have 1 shooting which occurred on August 12th up in the Hilltop area, which resulted in a 1-year-old infant being injured in the gunfire. Fortunately, that infant is not facing any life-threatening injuries and will recover. Year to date, we've had 57 shootings in the city and 13 homicides. One thing to note is that the Richmond police officers are continuing to serve the residents of Richmond in a very honorable way. In the last 28 days, we've recovered 24 illegal firearms from the streets of Richmond. And that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, moving right on. So everything's been taken off the consent calendar, so that'll move to the end of the meeting. And the next item we'll take is item I3. Would you read that item, please, Madam Clerk?
Item I3 is to receive an annual report from the Richmond Youth Council.
All right, so I know we have in the crowd that we need to bring up. Well, first I'd like to commend the Richmond Youth Council, the entire leadership. They've been very active this past year. And also, I'd like to commend Trina Jackson Lincoln for the work that she's also been doing with the Richmond Youth Council. Osmar Huerta is going to be our first presenter, and there's a PowerPoint presentation. So KCR T, if we can bring that up and get Osmar unmuted as well, so we can get some.
Hello, everyone. My name is Osmar Huerta. As Councilmember Johnson so graciously introduced me, I am with the Richmond Youth Council as their chairperson, and today we are here to present to you all our annual report. I am joined with our co-chair, who I would allow to introduce herself.
Good evening. My name is Chandra Davies, and I'm the co-chair of the Richmond City Youth Council.
All right. Thank you all so much, Council, for your time. We are here again to present to you our 2020 to 2021 annual report. We feel that this year the Youth Council was able to go out through and enact its charter mandated responsibilities, as well as go above and beyond in the work we've done with our current resources. And we are here today to really talk about the work we've done and what we hope to do in the future. So, quickly, about the Youth Council. The Richmond City Youth Council is an advisory body expanding the ability of youth from Richmond schools, youth-serving organizations in all walks of life to collaborate and provide advice and input to the City of Richmond on all matters affecting the youth. Although we are officially an advisory body, we outreach directly within our city as well as the surrounding localities to positively engage youth within the community while working tirelessly to bridge financial, educational, and resource gaps present within our city's youth population. So, some of the points of interest that the Youth Council has identified over the last year that we have really formed our policies and campaigns and events around are listed right here. We have chosen 4 for the last year that we have worked on, and they include addressing education and accessibility. Here in Richmond, we have a lot of children who are told that going to college or university is a prerequisite to being successful. And although we push for them to go into college and these upper levels of education, we really do not give them the resources or support that they need to actually be able to sustain a higher level of education. And therefore, we have tried our best to be able to really work within outreach to our community, our young seniors who were applying this last year, and really hosted a series of workshop events in which we taught the community how to apply to college, how to apply for FAFSA, how to explore other vocational options or community colleges or trade schools, because going to university and the typical traditional college path is not a prerequisite to success for everyone. We really wanted to make sure that our community, our youth community, was really aware and able to access any other form of education. So another thing we focused on was community awareness of social justice issues. Over the last year, Richmond has really, I would say, evolved faster than it has in the previous 5 years. And with that, a lot of really, I guess, social issues have been brought up to the surface that have not been addressed before. And I think what was very important, at least for the Youth Council, was to really bring these issues more into the public eye and more importantly into the eyes and ears and minds of your youth community, who has had a very, very significant impact in the way some of these social issues have progressed in our city. Our third point of interest for the Youth Council and the actions we have done is holistic mental health awareness as well as direct address. Early in the year, we partnered with or tried to collaborate with the West Contra Costa Unified School District to implement more funding into just mental health counselors in the school right before they actually gained an increase in funding for those mental health services. Additionally, we have actually provided events in which we collaborated with a nonprofit organization called the Yellow Hearts Committee, which specializes in providing holistic physical health to sexual assault survivors. So we partner with them to do a racial healing circle here in our city to address any racial trauma that our constituents may have faced, especially our young constituents. And we brought everyone together to try and really work through our differences and in the end unite to see that we are all facing a common oppressor, and the only way that we are to really liberate ourselves is to work together. So again, we have, as a council, really focused on addressing mental health concerns of our youth, and apparently some of them in Richmond do have to do with racial trauma and economic inequities that directly affect mental health. For our fourth point of contention, just solutions to citywide racial inequality, we consistently see the effects of previous policies implemented in the United States currently trickle down to the way our city is structured currently. And although it is never able to, something like as big as this has never been able to be swept in one sweeping motion like redlining or housing disparities, We have tried our best to address these issues one-on-one, either by outreaching to the community or trying to just push community organizations or work with community organizations to, I guess, build the work to start implementing some of the solutions we as a youth council see to our city's problems. For our next slide, I'm going to turn it over to our co-chair, Chandra Davies.
Hello, everyone. Once again, my name is Chandra, and I would like to talk a little bit about our charter mandated objectives and responsibilities. As a youth council, we were delegated a few overarching responsibilities under Resolution 105-80. The first is to initiate proposals and projects, including but not limited to public events, financial projects, and action legislation. The second is to advise on legislation. The current youth council has not received any items to advise on from the city council. However, we hope that will change going forth so that we may thoroughly fulfill our duties. Third, the youth council is mandated to provide an annual report, as we are now, to summarize and showcase what we've accomplished from the hard work we've done over the last year. And the next few slides I'll be presenting on behalf of Jocelyn Consubang, our former public relations director. So here's an overview of the events we've hosted throughout 2020 and 2021. In September, we assisted with a voter registration drive with the Richmond Public Library in our efforts to promote civic engagement. This resulted in 50 Richmond community members registering to vote. In October, we hosted a 3-day college readiness workshop series, which allowed Bay Area first-generation college students to learn about higher education options and gain resources to applying for financial aid and scholarships. In November, we hosted Speak Truth to Power, a town hall webinar to discuss the intersection of Black, Indigenous youth of color, education, and local government and law enforcement. This dialogue allowed many youth members and educators of our community to express their opinions on the current issues within our schools, as well as work towards resolutions to create a safer environment for Black, Indigenous, and students of color. In December, we assisted with a clothing drive to help our unsheltered communities. In January, we began our efforts to begin collaborating with local grassroots organizations in Richmond. In March, in honor of Women's History Month, we hosted a 3-day series to educate our community members on the history of feminism in the United States, featuring a guest speaker. This series allowed the audience to learn about intersectionality, current legislation, and to share the perspectives of women of color. In April, we collaborated with the Yellow Hearts Committee to host a Journey to Racial Healing, an interactive seminar to address the impact of racism and hate crimes in our community and promote unity amongst Black, Indigenous, and people of color. We provided community members with mental health resources and tools to heal from racial trauma. In May, we started our outreach campaign in order to publicly demonstrate support for policies that impacted the youth. At the beginning of this year, we set several outreach and legislative goals for the Youth Council. Those included increasing our outreach efforts, collaborating with more organizations, developing a newsletter, and developing our own legislation. Except for the newsletter, we have successfully met all of these goals. In July of 2020, we wrote and presented Resolution 88-20, which was adopted by the Richmond City Council. This resolution voiced support in our efforts to promote anti-racism and public safety projects and programs throughout our city and school district. We have interacted with 3,291 community members by utilizing social media, with 70% of those being people between the ages of 18 and 25. And we have collaborated and communicated with a total of 35 organizations. Some notable organizations that we have collaborated with include the following: the Contra Costa Young Democrats, a youth political organization, by attending youth forums to voice our perspectives about socio-political issues throughout the United States. Richmond Promise worked with us to form a collaborative donation collection campaign in efforts to raise money for both Richmond Promise and to develop our own scholarship program. We collaborated with Reimagine Richmond in efforts to promote public safety throughout our community. The Yellow Hearts Committee, mentioned earlier, which is dedicated to supporting the mental health of trauma survivors through policy advocacy and education. We've had meetings with Communities for a Better Environment in efforts to learn about the history of environmental legislation in Richmond and become involved in the fight for climate justice. And finally, the West Contra Costa Unified School District Board of Trustees, student representatives of the West Contra Costa Unified School District, in order to provide our input on the progress of the anti-racism curriculum for our school district. The Youth Council was founded to serve a variety of purposes, from allowing youth to influence policy and collaborate with officials, to teaching us the basics of government and professionalism. Being on the Youth Council has given me and my colleagues a chance to develop important skills. Completing projects within strict timeframes while maintaining our academic and personal lives helped us practice time management. In order to ensure the success of our events, we had to learn how to advertise on social media, which involved creating eye-catching graphics and concise captions. Research was also a vital element in creating projects, policies, and events that were properly informed and prepared. Everything the Youth Council has done has required communication, either with each other or with people and organizations outside of ourselves. This has allowed us to pick up on certain language and etiquette commonly used in professional email correspondences and Zoom meetings. And now, moving on to the future of the Richmond Youth Council. So this slide helps visualize our goals and expected timeline for the next year. We want to set up a scholarship fund. So between August and February, we'd be meeting with donors, and March through May would be the actual launching of the scholarship. We also want to launch a mutual aid fund in August of 2022. So we would meet with donors for that between this coming November and February. We've planned 2 town halls, one in November and one in either January or February. There are 4 fundraisers we have in mind. One for Oktoberfest, second in March for Women's History Month, a third for Earth Day, and another in late May. We enjoyed the speaker series that we held in March, so we want to host another in September or October, and then again in March. And finally, we have planned 4 community assistance events spread throughout the year in August, December, March, and May. So as you can see, there's never a moment where we're not doing something. There will always be a project in progress or in the works. And to explain our fundraiser ideas a bit further, Oktoberfest would be in the style of a food festival. We would invite local music and dance ensembles to perform live, and local food vendors, including breweries, of course. Our March fundraiser would be a feminine hygiene drive, and this would be held at the Women's Summit mentioned in the previous slide. In April, we would hold Planet Palooza, which is another food festival style event, but centered around Earth Day. And in May, our 4th fundraiser would be called Rock the Movie, in which we would hold a movie night and voter drive. And I'll turn things back over to Osmar now.
All right. Thank you so much, Chandra, for explaining what we have done over the last year and beginning to talk about what we will do in the next year. So I am also just going to hop on here and just discuss with everybody some other upcoming event ideas that don't necessarily have to do with fundraising money, but to really inform our community and uplift their voices through some of the things we have planned. Speaking of uplifting community voices, one of the things we would like to bring back for our next year would be the Speaking Truth to Power Town Hall. So we would like to make this an annual town hall, bringing together community leaders to answer questions of the public. We have happened to have one of these town halls early last year in November, and we would really like to bring it back again for this year. Another event we would like to bring back is the Women's Month Summit, which is a speaker series focusing on the discussion of feminism and the empowerment of women within our city. As COVID allows us to meet in place, we hope to make this an in-person event to be able to, again, bring together female civic leaders of our community and, allow them to exchange resources and empower themselves and really bring to light certain issues that we have in our community that affect women in particular. College Readiness Workshop Series, again, as mentioned before, we are very worried about the potential for our Richmond residents to really get any help going to college here. So we would want to bring back this workshop series to cover the different aspects of the college application process to aid disadvantaged youth reach higher education goals. A volunteer grassroots fair. So imagine a club fair on a bigger scale, but with the goal of connecting local organizations to interested youth. I think that one of the biggest things that I have seen in the last year is an overwhelming interest of youth members of our community to participate in community organizations and grassroots organizations, but not knowing how to do so. So I believe that if we really brought together community organizations and allow the youth to walk through them, sign up for different things, it would be the best of both worlds, as organizations would have a fresh group of people, youth members interested in doing the work and leading the way that that organization will move from now on. And the youth are interested high schoolers or even young college applicants or young college freshmen or sophomores would have the opportunity to really grow their resumes and be able to, again, receive resources from the city to make sure that they're able to succeed in professional life. Similar to the city council, we would like to enact a biannual retreat. We believe that, from experience personally, we do our work when we know each other and work with each other well and have that personal connection. And we believe that a retreat that really focuses on civic duty and public service would be, quite honestly, one of the best ways to do that, while also giving back to the community and fulfilling, again, our purpose of being a youth council. And finally, we would like to hold another town hall, again, with the focus of having our civic representatives listen to their constituents. However, in this town hall, instead of having local public officials talk and hear their constituents, we would like local officials who represent us on a federal level. And with that, we would like to have a 365 days in town hall, a town hall calling state and federal representatives to Richmond to discuss what they have done a year into the Biden-Harris administration. So some future initiatives of the Youth Council. As I said, every year we like to establish a couple points that we focus all our events, planning, and policy initiatives around. So the first is bridging financial gaps for young scholars. As students, we know the value of an education as well as the value of that attached price tag better than anyone. In a city where almost 40% of individuals only hold a college diploma or less, finances should not and cannot be a deciding factor in preventing a highly educated population. Furthermore, finances should not be a factor in preventing a child from reaching higher education and obtaining the salary they need to uplift them and their family out of poverty. If we as a society and as a city are going to tell our children that they need college as a prerequisite to success, it's also our responsibility to ensure that they have the resources necessary to meet these expectations. Public holistic health of the youth is another point of focus for us. Through campaigns and legislation, we aim to increase resources that aid in the alleviation of mental, emotional, and physical distress from our youth populations. The following is environmental justice and preservation. If you claim to care about your kids, your grandkids, and any member of our younger and future generations, protecting and preserving the environment should be a priority to you as it is to us. We recognize this and want to back our claims with actions to do exactly that. And last but absolutely not least, we have racial and equitable policies and initiatives in a city where all systems were built without Black or Indigenous people of color in mind. We will not stop working towards the implementation of policies and organizations that work to solve the systemic inequality ingrained into our societal and institutional fabrics, especially in Richmond. So with that being said, I would like to present the next section on behalf of our treasurer, who couldn't be here today because he started college, Sebastian Delvan. So as the city council just saw, we have a lot planned for the next year, and we have a lot that we did this previous year with very limited resources. So in the actions we want to take for the following year, we have come to the realization that we are going to need to be able to fund a lot of these events that we have planned, and a lot of the scholarship and mutual aid funds that we would like to implement into our city to redistribute our wealth. So with that being said, I would first like to say that we have turned down an estimated $27,000 or $800,000 of potential donations from community organizations such as Chevron and other companies, because we have not had the infrastructure to accept those donations, and that was due to lack of financial support already established and being able to be given to us by the city. So we would like to let you all know what we would like to use our budget for. Although we may have a big ask, we have thoroughly planned out how we plan to allocate our funds. First of all is fundraisers and all associated costs. Second is hosting events and all their associated costs, such as insurance, booking any rides, trying to get the permits out for the venue we hold it. And last but not least, which is actually the biggest portion of our budget, is our scholarship and mutual aid fund. So quickly, to run through the numbers, our scholarship fund, we plan to allocate $80,000 of our ask for. We plan on having 10 recipients for 4 years at $2,000 per year as a scholarship to give back to our Richmond citizens. Any cuts to this budget would cut out of how much we're able to fund, like how many people we're able to fund. So for example, $8,000 cut to our budget would mean that there would be now 9 scholarship recipients instead of 10, since we have planned it out to ensure that every person we give a scholarship to would be able to be funded for the whole 4 years, so that any interruption to our budget would not mean an interruption to their ability to go to college. Our second biggest cost would be for our fundraiser budget. So we, unfortunately, things in this world cost a lot of money, and we need money for venues, for permits, for entertainment, and for food or any other costs that may come out of trying to host a fundraiser or festival. Second, we need $4,000 for securing venues for town halls and meetings. So we plan on having roughly 4 town halls a year in the Richmond Auditorium, which is roughly $1,000 per town hall. Our second biggest budget ask would be $1,000 for campaigns and protests. So a protest, a lot of planning goes into it, and a lot of water, first aid kits, and other materials such as poster boards and signs also need to be incorporated to the protests or campaigns that we plan to have in the next future. Our next cost is our mutual aid network, which we plan on putting $10,000 to. We plan on having 20 people for a max of $500 per person. And our mutual aid network, which we could discuss more about, is essentially just to help high school students and early college freshmen or seniors or people just returning back to school be able to afford like school supplies, registration fees, college textbooks, technology they need for college, which is an increasingly amounting cost. And we want to make sure that, again, if we are going to expect our youth, our children, our teens to go off to school, we need to make sure that they're fully prepared and do not lack any resources to succeed in school once they've made the huge time commitment and put in all the work to finally get there. Our next part of our financial budget, or would it just be aid drives? We would like to allocate $3,000 to that to be able to purchase toys, sanitary products, school products, and other donations. We obviously do not plan on having an aid drive without also contributing on our behalf. Then $1,000 for advertising on social media as well as in person. And finally, another $1,000 for management and operational expenses, such as subscriptions to collaborative, organizational, and planning softwares like Asana, Canva, Zoom, and as well as insurance for the events we throw throughout the year. So we are asking for $63,000 from our city. We are asking the city council to supply 60% of our funding, which amounts to $63,000 in our proposed budget. The rest we plan on raising from our donors. This request is only 0.03 of the city budget allocated towards the Richmond Youth Council. We've run the math and we've saw that $63,000 is 0.03 of the budget that we are asking, and we are just hoping that we are able to receive money that we largely plan on redistributing to our youth to again aid in our charter mandated purpose of being able to represent the youth and their needs. And what we need, what our youth needs, what our constituents need is support from the people who have the ability to give support. And we believe that by being able to directly fund our scholars, our Richmond scholars, and make sure that they are able to receive higher education and escape a lot of the situations that they were forced on them in this city, we need to make sure we are, redistributing our wealth and making sure that our students can go off to college. So with that being said, that is the final slide of our presentation, our annual report to the City Council, in which we covered all that we have done so far in the last year, all that we plan on doing in the future, and the resources we need from our city to make sure we are able to succeed in our future in our next year and make sure that our youth succeed in the future in the next year. So thank you so much for your time on behalf of me and Chandra for listening to us, and we hope that you take our budget ask into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for that detailed presentation. Are there any questions from council members? I don't see any. Okay, Councilmember Willis.
No, I just wanted to say thank you to Vice Mayor Johnson and also the youth for bringing up this detailed presentation. It actually makes me feel bad about what I was doing when I was 16, 17 years old. So congratulations. And I guess a comment, it doesn't necessarily need to be answered now, or if the presenters have any thoughts, I'd welcome to hear it. I would be interested to see, I would really be interested in to see like what kinds of legislation you would really want to make recommendations on. And also I am open to having more of a discussion about this youth council's budget, because if people are going to talk about we need to invest in our youth and we need to put our money where our mouth is and actually invest in youth to figure out like what are the best direction to go to for the city when it comes to supporting and representing youth. So I could go on a lot more than that, but just thank you for the detailed presentation. And if you, the panelists, have any thoughts on any of the comments I said, I welcome to hear them now or at a later date to see how the city council can further support the youth and the projects that the council wants to put, the youth council wants to put forward as you go on. So thank you again.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you, Osmar and Chandra, for this great presentation. I love the presentation, and I'm sorry that you couldn't present last time, and it's in our part because it was some meeting canceled, and then it was just like a long meeting, and I didn't know that you have a presentation. Otherwise, we could have put it at the beginning of the meeting. So I'm sorry for that. I think more than question, I have some comments, and maybe, if you can also reply to my comments, but I think I agree with Councilmember Willis that we should put the budget represent our values. And if we value youth, that should be represented in how much percentage of our budget goes to that. And one thing that I am proud is that through this process and the budget that we just passed, we created 500 employment opportunities all year round for youth. And I know that right now 350 youth has applied. We have 76 sites that had applied. So I just wondering what you had to say about that, and how the youth is coordinating, the youth council is planning or is coordinating with that. And the same questions I have, Councilmember Willis, maybe knowing in what policies, but you mentioned some areas, maybe talking more about what areas of issues you like to be providing some recommendation, so we can strengthen that relationship and work. I am really interested as a city council to work together in that policy, in recommendation and implementation. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Councilmember Jimenez and Councilmember Willis. I think that as much as I would love to answer that question, I cannot do so without first consulting the rest of the members on the Youth Council. Additionally, I plan on actually leaving my position as the Youth Council in the upcoming week, as I am no longer a resident of Richmond. However, I do invite these conversations between the future members of the Youth Council and the current City Council to be able to really represent what those values at home are, and let new people come up to represent the city and guide the new direction of it. But thank you so much for starting to give us the voice that we asked for the city. And I really truly hope that in the next coming month, the Youth Council and City Council are able to work more in close and better hand in hand, so that we are able to direct policy and really start to implement some of the changes that we hope to see in our city. So thank you so much, both of you council members.
And if I could also just add, thank you, Councilmember Jimenez and Willis, for your comments as well. And we're in a bit of a transition period with people leaving for college and new members coming in. But once we're able to talk with those new members and get everybody situated, I would absolutely love to set up meetings to talk more about this when we have a better representation of our whole youth council there to discuss it together. So thank you.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes, no questions, but a lot of praise. I'm very, very impressed with how much initiative and fire this youth council has. And I know that the ones who are leaving will be making the same kind of impact wherever you go, but the ones that are leaving are also opening up spaces for other people like yourself to step into the fray and make Richmond the kind of city that we envisioned it to be. So many praises. And as Willis and Claudia Jimenez said, our budget reflects our values. We value our youth. So you can see a majority of the city council making an agenda item to make sure that you guys get the funds that you need in order to represent the city the way you see it and the way we hope that our youth can make it. So congratulations.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, thank you so much for that wonderful presentation, and sorry to see you go, Osmar. You did a great job. And of course, Chandra, your work on the council is, I assume, will be continuing, and keep up the great work. I do want to add to the idea about youth jobs. We have a consultant that the city staff will be hiring to produce a green blue new deal, which is basically jobs to address the climate crisis in terms of jobs to keep our planet healthier and our waterways. That's why it's blue jobs as well as green jobs, blue jobs being shoreline jobs. So we want to make sure that the Youth Council has an opportunity to weigh in on the kind of jobs that youth would be eager to accept and take on through the city's efforts. Because, of course, climate change is an issue that it affects us all, but it's really profoundly impacting youth and future generations. So I just want to say thank you for all your work. You did a great presentation. And also, I want to make sure you have some really powerful weigh-in on the green and blue new jobs that we want to create for the city. So thank you again.
Okay, anyone else? Are there any public speakers? Now, Councilmember Bates, is a hand up?
I thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to the group. I'd like to congratulate them on a very well presentation. They are our future, and they are demonstrating very clearly their capabilities of assuming the responsibility in the immediate future, if not tomorrow, for some of these old timers like Eduardo Martinez. But anyway, it was interesting to see and hear the insight and the planning and the intelligence of this young group. And Richmond is very proud to have a youth organization that reaches out and include our young people in the policy-making decisions. And each one of you are to be congratulated. You spoke exceptionally well, and you represent your constituency in an outstanding manner. So keep up the good work, and we hope one day, very soon, that we shall see a few of you as city council members, the mayor, state assemblyman, governor, and perhaps president. Don't ever move away from the idea that you can also, preparing yourself, become significant. And if not politics, an outstanding business person, very successful in many fields that are available to young people like yourself. So keep up the excellent work. Good luck to you. Anything I can be of assistance, give me a call. Thank you kindly.
Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers?
No, we do not, Mr. Mayor. I think I see Vice Mayor Bates, Vice Mayor Johnson with his hand up.
Okay, thank you. I didn't see that, but go ahead, Vice Mayor.
It's quite all right. I just wanted to take this opportunity, as this is the last public chance that I'll get to tell Mr. Huerta, as the chair of the Richmond Youth Council, how much of a pleasure it has been to work with him and his administration. Since being the liaison for the Richmond Youth Council, my number one goal was to get out the way and make possible the thoughts and the passions of the future, which is our youth. And I always remember, when I was their age, how a lot of older people would try to get us involved or say that they were our advisors. And what they were really trying to do was direct us and steer us into the way that, they thought that we should be doing, and what we, in the way that we should be going. But that wasn't my goal with the Richmond Youth Council. And I think as was properly demonstrated by their presentation tonight, what happens when you get out the way of the youth? We not only need them at the table, but we need their voices to be heard. And this is what happens when people are not only allowed a seat at the table, allowed to have their voices heard as well. So I just want to commend Chairman Huerta as well as the rest of his administration for their outstanding job that they've done on the Richmond Youth Council. Trina and I have already begun to speak with the city manager's office about your budget acts. So just know that even though you guys are moving on, your requests still remain with our hearts. And we really appreciate the work that you've done for the city of Richmond. And we know that as you enter those college campuses, you'll really show them what Richmond can do. So thank you again.
Okay, anyone else on the council? No public speakers. Okay, thank you again for a great presentation. And with that, we'll move on to the next item, which will be I-1. Would you read that, Madam Clerk?
I-1 is to consider forming an interagency liaison committee between the City of Richmond and AC Transit to discuss transit-related matters on a quarterly schedule and direct staff to send a letter of interest to AC Transit.
Okay, that's this comes from Councilmember Willis and Jimenez. One of you want to introduce it?
Yeah, I can go and then have my colleague to say more. This was an invitation that we had received from one of the members of the board, Jovanka Beckles, and some of the staff and people in AC Transit to just have a more collaborative process between the City of Richmond and AC Transit to improve service planning within the City of Richmond. This collaboration could be, but not limited to, new residential and commercial developments, roadway and right-of-way changes on projects, service planning, including routes, schedule, and bus stops, service partnership, transit corridor projects such as rapid bus and bus rapid transit, and more. And the idea, so we are recommending to that the city and the City Council consider forming this committed between the City of Richmond and AC Transit. I think it's an opportunity for the city to advocate for our community, particularly the ones who use public transportation the most, to have to improve the services with AC Transit and to be in a closer partnership. So that is why we are putting these items, and Trina has been really excited about it, and we hope that she can be one of the liaisons or staff helping with that connection. And I am going to pass it to Councilmember Willis.
Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez. Yeah, the only other thing that I would add is I think forming some sort of collaborative committee like this would be important, because as our population starts to grow and a lot of people, I think it's important that we encourage people to start using public transit outside of just driving around everywhere, not only for our environment, but, you know, there is a constituency out there that doesn't necessarily drive and they rely on public transportation to get from point A to point B. And sometimes that goes into decisions as to where do you live and how close are you to certain transportation corridors. And it has been something that we've been discussing on this council on and off for a long time, is making sure that we have areas that have connectivity to not only transportation, but making sure transportation is touching those areas that are lower income and would need to rely on transportation heavier than other folks. So this just seems like a worthwhile investment. And if we have an invitation to start a collaborative process, I don't see why we shouldn't take that invitation and move forward in figuring out like what are some of the best ways we can improve our transportation and bring these services to constituencies that rely on them the most, including in our very low income communities of color in the city of Richmond. And I'll conclude my comments with that.
Anybody have questions, council members? Vice Mayor Johnson?
Yes, thank you to my colleagues for that presentation. I just had a question because I also serve as in addition to being the liaison to the Richmond Youth Council, as well as the Shimada Friendship Commission, which we'll be hearing next. I also serve as the liaison and vice chair of the West Contra Costa Transportation Advisory Committee, which is made up of Alameda County Transit, which is Alameda Contra Costa County Transit, AC Transit, West Cat, BART, as well as the municipalities that those transportation agencies service. And I guess my primary question is this not a duplication of the WICTAC, seeing as though what we discussed at WICTAC are bus rapid transit, making streets more walkable, as well as improving bike and pedestrian lanes. Because what I see happening is other jurisdictions, municipalities feeling as though Richmond is getting special treatment when it comes to AC Transit, when AC Transit doesn't just service Richmond and West County. And what may end up happening, in addition to municipalities, West Cat and BART may also feel as though some deals are getting cut behind their back. So I guess it's a two-pronged question. One, is this duplicating services? And if not, how is this JPA different from the one that we already have that's really doing the work that was mentioned here with all of the parties at the table?
Somebody want to answer that?
Including Javanka Beckles, the representative from AC Transit.
Yes, I would like to add something, and then Councilmember Willis, did you have something else?
Go ahead, Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah. So I don't like, this is AC Transit and Council Board Member Jovanka and others invitations, and they had this not only with this with the Richmond, but it's something that they do in partnership with other cities. So the idea is not duplicating. The idea is to, as I see it, to connect, to have better connections, and to really make sure that the city of Richmond is advocating for particularly what the city of Richmond needs. And I think like what it will need some more coordination with the board that you have, but I don't think it's a duplication. It's more about, I don't think in terms of having these is going to be in conflict. I think what I see this is a way to support more what the group, the board that you are part of is doing. So we can also be advocating strongly for the needs of Richmond residents who use transportation. So getting that connection one-to-one with the agency is important. It's not just regional, but it's important to have that connection city and the AC Transit connection. So this is why we are bringing it. I don't know if Councilmember Willits has anything to add to this.
Oh, yeah, I'll just say, the Vice Mayor, your point is well taken. That was partly what I was thinking at first too. The only thing that I see different about this is that this came as an invitation for us to be able to have a potential collaboration, and as opposed to it being all these other agencies, this would be AC Transit and Richmond specific. Now, and AC Transit obviously would have to agree to want to participate in this kind of way, knowing that they are part of WITTAC and not wanting to step on any toes or do any of the concerns that you mentioned, which is like cutting other deals and other cities not getting the share of the pie, but just really putting a focus on Richmond rather than just the region itself, which is why I wanted to co-sponsor the item.
Councilor Martinez.
Yes, I'm also on WITTAC, and I don't see any duplication. Vice Mayor Demlish referred to it as a JPA. This is not a JPA. This is simply a liaison committee, which means that this is just a committee to discuss items that relate to Richmond and AC Transit. There is no deal cutting here. There's only conversation and enlightenment as to what issues concern Richmond and solutions that would pertain to Richmond. So there's all sorts of conversations going. This doesn't mean that other cities can't do the same thing. In fact, it would be good if everyone did, so that there's more conversation going around issues of transportation. I think this is a fantastic idea. I think that we need more conversation, and the more input we get from cities, the stronger our WITTEC committee can be.
I had a couple of questions. One of them is, are there other cities that have formed a committee like this? And if so, what are they? Anybody know?
I don't know, but it doesn't mean that other cities can't.
No, I just asked the question.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Are there any
But I think other cities should.
Any other comments or questions from council?
I don't, I don't know what specific cities, I don't have the list, but I know that this is something based on the letter of invitation that we received from AC Transit. This is aisle seats, which are Brown Act committed, established by AC Transit Board of Directors and local jurisdiction like the city. So I will be happy to, and they said that these are comprised of 2 AC Transit Board members and 2 partner agency cities council members. And so I will be happy to have that information, but I believe this is not just the only one, and it was an invitation by the executive director and other board members of the AC Transit.
And my other question is, would you expect city staff to participate in these meetings and be involved in the process? Or is this just 2 council members meeting with two AC Transit Board members?
Well, it depends. So we will have is council members, but we also would like to extend it to staff, and particularly to Trina Jackson, who's had suggested that she is interested in being part of that.
Any other questions or comments from council members? Do we have any public speakers?
Yes, we currently have 3 public speakers.
Okay, go ahead and call on them, please.
Okay. Okay, thank you. The speakers are Helen Barnett, Robert De Rosario, and Claudia Burgos. I'll start with Helen Barnett. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I live on Moyers Road, and the 72 comes through here on a regular basis. I was on distance learning for about a year working with a school district. And over the last, I would say 3 to 4 months, I've observed AC Transit speeding. Basically, a third of the buses coming through speeding. And I'm saying this is a 25 mile per hour zone. Buses doing up to 35 to 40. Not stopping at stop signs for 3 seconds. And this is a community where there's kids riding bikes. So I called it in. So my question is, what priority do you have for people that live in the community when buses are coming through and treating us just as bad as the residents of the community who do donuts and just speed, who are basically in a hurry and show no respect for the community? So my question to this body is, and you want an agency and you want Ms. Beckles, sounds like, to be a part of it. Why isn't it not a priority to make sure that the residents who live here and pay taxes at least have a place where they can have a reasonable life and monitor these buses coming through? Because my question to you, don't they have to honor the laws? I mean, I understand that you've cut the police budget, and I understand that you don't really want to monitor the people of Richmond. So I understand that. That's your priority, and I get that. So I can't really, I can tell you my priority. My priority is to my daughter, to my family, to the people that live in my community where they're senior citizens, and all I see is recklessness within the community. And it seems like this body supports that. It doesn't seem like it really cares about the safety of the community. And so, as Mr. Johnson pointed, what about pedestrians? What about people riding bikes? What is AC Transit going to do for that? Are you guys going to prioritize that? Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Robert Del Rosario. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Robert Del Rosario. I'm the Director of Service Development and Planning for AC Transit. And I want to thank the council and the city for placing this item on the agenda for consideration. Just to answer the question posed by the mayor on the number of interagency liaison committee meetings that we have with other cities, there are 4 other entities. BART is one, City of Alameda, City of Hayward, and City of Emeryville is the 4th. So there are 4 other committees. And also I just wanted to point out that everything that Councilmember Martinez explained and described is accurate, that this would be a more detailed coordination meeting on providing bus transit service in the city of Richmond. So I'm happy to answer any other questions, and thank you for my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Claudia Burgos. Claudia, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, members of the City Council and Mr. Mayor. My name is Claudia Burgos. I'm the Director of Legislative Affairs and Community Relations at AC Transit. And along with my colleague, Robert Del Rosario, he's already covered the points that I was going to make, and we're just available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, I wanted to voice my concerns. They're kind of similar to Vice Mayor Johnson's. You know, I'm very concerned about a proliferation of committees, not only that take additional time from council members and AC Transit members, but also staff of both organizations. As he pointed out, you know, some of the items on this list, WICTAC has spent not only a lot of time on, but a lot of money, like the bullet point transit corridor projects such as Rapid Bus and Bus Rapid Transit. You know, WICTAC and CCTA have paid for voluminous, exhaustive studies on both of these, and we've had numerous presentations at WICTAC, you know, on these kinds of things. And I just, you know, I'm just leery of continually creating new committees and new commitments for staff and elected officials. If people in Richmond have issues with their transit service, they have an elected representative they can go to, and that's that person's sole focus. You know, the Richmond City Council does not run AC Transit. We have no ability to change AC Transit policies and so forth. And the best thing for anybody, whether it's an individual or group, is to go to the elected AC Transit representative and talk about these things. And in addition to that, the mayor's staff has a monthly meeting with representatives of each of our legislators, both state and federal, and public agencies, including BART and AC Transit, to talk about issues that particularly involve Richmond. So, you know, we're already engaged with AC Transit on 2 fronts, and I just don't see the need to continue expanding that. But here we are. And does anybody have a motion?
I want to make a comment and then the motion. I
Okay,
feel like I want to answer so I think this is an invitation from the AC Transit. and it's no staff. They are going to be 2 board members and 2 city council, but we locally have also Trina, who has suggested that she's interested in being part of that and learning from that. So that is and also another opportunity for that. When you said we don't have the ability to change policies or do anything, I think, or that they had been numerous of studies and nothing is moving. I think the important, like, this is what a committee could be key for us to move things that are important for our community and to put it in the hands or the eyes of and ears of board members of the AC Transit, who are the ones making the policy. So having that more direct relationship is important. And I think this is why the invitation, and you heard from the 2 staff members who made public comments from AC Transit, the importance of having this. So I think what happened is, you are right, there is no much results from what is already there. Maybe it's because there hasn't been a leadership that is pushing the needs of our residents in terms of, or there is not the priorities in the leadership for advocating for people who ride and use public transportation. So I think this is the thing. We want to make a priority also to advocate for a resident, particularly for a resident who depend on public transportation.
Okay, do you have a motion?
My motion is to move the item and that the city create the inter.
Okay, is there a second?
I had already moved the item, but I will second it. And I wanted to say that from what you said, I could safely assume that you believe that there's enough representation for our citizens in terms of traffic, in terms of AC Transit.
Well,
and that.
Yeah. Okay. Before we vote, Councilmember Vice Mayor Johnson, you have something to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to speak up on behalf of WICTAC, because as mentioned, I am the vice chair of that organization. And so to say that the leadership of said organization does not prioritize the ridership of those who are most needed is not only incorrect, it does not state, it's not true of what we advocate for at WICTAC, especially as the vice chair. I'm most definitely advocating on an annual basis to increase bus rapid transit and transportation opportunities for the less fortunate. Now, with that said, we don't have to talk slick in order to convince one another to come over to the other side. Yeah, as you mentioned, Trina wants to do it, and it's not putting any extra work on Trina. We heard from Robert and Claudia from AC Transit. They answered the mayor's questions in terms of what other organizations, what other agencies have been invited to also partake in such a committee. And it looks like we have 2 council members who are willing to sit on that committee. So I'm willing to, although I believe that transportation is a regional problem, and I'm not going to volunteer to sit on this committee, I'm not going to stand in the way of having that opportunity for you and Councilmember Martinez if that's something that you want to carry out. But talking slick about WICTAC and our priorities are not the best way to go about getting that.
Okay.
I don't know what you mean about talking slick. I'm on WICTAC.
If you don't get it, then I wasn't talking to you. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Let's move on.
Okay. I think we're ready to vote. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates,
I abstain.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Sure.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bates abstaining and Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, that brings us to item I3. Would you read that, please?
You muted, Sabrina.
You're muted, clerk.
I believe we're in item I2, Mr. Mayor. We've already completed item I3.
You're right. I'm sorry. It's I2. Yep.
Item I2 is to receive a report from the Richmond Shamata Friendship Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to my colleagues. Despite the pandemic and other problems, the Shamata Friendship Commission has continued to operate quite effectively, maintaining communication with our sister cities abroad, as well as meeting constantly within our own area. At this time, I'd like for Trina to come forward and introduce our president of the Shamata Commission for a presentation, and maybe some of the other members of the commission. So Trina, the newly wedded, are you available to respond?
Yes, I'm here. Trina Jackson, liaison to the Richmond City Council. I would like to introduce the chair, Evan Serchuk, who will be making the presentation this evening. Thank you.
Hey everybody, hopefully you can all hear me. Yeah, my name is Evan Serchuk. I am the current president of the Richmond Shamata Friendship Commission. Good evening to Mayor Tom Butt and the members of the council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I am here to report to you on the commission's ongoing activities, as well as to make a request in connection to the upcoming 60th anniversary celebration of our sister city relationship. So here's a bit of background for folks who are joining us who maybe aren't familiar with us as a city commission. Our largest joint program with the city of Shimada is our student exchange program. In a typical year, we send 4 WCCUSD student ambassadors to Shimada, Japan for 1 month as Richmond Friendship Ambassadors. In return, we also host 9 friendship ambassadors from Shimada, Japan in March for around 10 days. During their respective visits, students from both cities share their home cultures with students from over 7 local schools and a myriad of local businesses and organizations. Students in the past have shared recipes, dance moves, drawings, crafts, and even stylish new handshakes. Instead of conventional hotel lodgings, the students stay with local families and experience day-to-day life in the most authentic way possible. And that's both in Richmond and in Japan. So the big thing that's happening for us is the upcoming 60th anniversary. That will be December 12th, 2021. That marks the 60th anniversary. Our commission, or should I say your commission as citizens of Richmond, is taking the 60th anniversary as an opportunity to reintroduce ourselves to the people of Shimada and also reintroduce ourselves to the people of Richmond. Interest in Richmond and its people by the city of Shimada, Japan is very clear, as they just re-elected Mayor Somaya, who is an enthusiastic supporter of our sister city relationship and hopefully a future visitor in 2022. Members of the commission have been working directly with our Shimada counterparts to develop plans for a joint celebration event held concurrently and live streamed between Shimada and Richmond. During the time of closed borders, the commission has been finding new ways to connect our sister cities. Earlier this year, we had our first ever joint live meeting between the Richmond and Shimada commissions via Zoom. So we've never had a teleconference call or anything else before now. It was an experiment, and it was very successful in terms of I'd say that meeting probably prevented 20 email back and forth exchanges, just being able to speak with our counterparts in Japan and really deal with issues quickly. So as part of our 60th anniversary event, we'd like to feature local artists and performers in the Richmond portion of the celebration event in the form of pre-recorded video segments. We want to share fresh and exciting looks into Richmond culture, and we invite any local arts programs seeking an international footprint to visit richmondfriendship.org and use the Contact Us button to be included in the anniversary program. We have also recorded the street festival organized by local actor, rapper, and comedian Ricky Antonio as a vibrant, homegrown example of Richmond culture. So to commemorate the 60th anniversary, we are requesting a city proclamation acknowledging the anniversary of the 60-year sister city relationship between Shimada and Richmond, which started on December 12th, 1961. We will also be sending a gift basket filled with local products and gifts to honor this occasion, and we would like to include a city proclamation certificate in that gift basket. I would also like to bring to the council and the mayor's attention that we've raised $100 of the $300 needed to purchase a 360-degree camera to document Richmond in a new interactive format. So if there are any city council members with connections with local organizations offering community grants such as Kiwanis, Rotary, please let us know so we can raise the rest of the money for that 360-degree camera. And just to give a little background on that, what that is it's a really easy way to for non-photographers to film. Essentially what you do is you have like a pole, and then on the end of it is like a camera that it's by GoPro. It's GoPro sized camera, but the cool thing is that it shoots like what's in front of you and behind you at all times. And then the viewer, either on YouTube or using a headset or using their phone, they can hold it and they can look around in all directions as the video plays. And this was presented to us during a meeting of other sister cities in California. We're all brainstorming, and one of the sister cities has been highly successful in showcasing their city by making such videos. So anyway, we just need $200 more to fundraise for that camera. So like I said, if anyone has connections with local organizations who offer community grants, please let us know. So yeah, in closing, I would like to thank the city council members for their support and involvement in the commission, especially Council Members Bates, Vice Mayor at Large Delmas Johnson, and Council Member Eduardo Martinez, as well as Tom Butt for Mayor Tom Butt for welcoming the student ambassadors to City Hall every year. So yeah, if someone would be willing to make a city proclamation acknowledging the 60th anniversary, that would be a wonderful way of continuing our relationship with Shimada, Japan. Great, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. The mayor's office will help you with the proclamation. Just talk to the staff in the mayor's office, and we may also be able to help you with that camera from the mayor's community fund. So we'll talk to you about that. Are there comments or questions from council members?
Just one further point, Mr. Mayor. I want to acknowledge the outstanding leadership of our chairman. We have so many wonderful young people that are very smart and very active in the community. And this is just another fine example of the youth that we have in Richmond. And before I close, I wanted to turn it back to Trina because Trina does such an outstanding job of working and organizing with the youth and as well as the Affairs Commission that under her oversight. So she may want to have a couple comments to wrap it up before the other council members make their statements. Trina?
Go ahead, Trina.
Here I am. All I would add is that the Shamata Commission has always been very active. They continue to meet on a monthly basis for years. Many of our other commissions sometimes take breaks or we lose membership, but this particular commission has been very committed to the visiting program where we send youth to Shamata for 4 weeks and Shamata sends youth to us for a couple of weeks each year. And of course, with the pandemic, we haven't been able to do that. It's up in the air about next year, but we're very excited about the 60th anniversary. Shamata has already sent a box of polo style shirts in celebration of the 60th anniversary. So we will be in contact with council members and city staff about participating with a virtual celebration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Johnson.
Yes, much like Councilmember Bates, I wanted to acknowledge the leadership efforts of our chairman, Evan, who was once a student exchange and now leads the entire commission. In the steadfast work of Mrs. Jackson Lincoln, for all of the hard work that they do in regards to making sure that the Shamata Japan Friendship Commission continues to go, which is a very important commission. Richmond is the city that saved democracy in World War II, and Shamata Japan was on the opposite ends of that. So this sister city relationship really highlights international relationships, and I really want to thank you guys for continuing to really show the importance of that, especially as some of our Asian brothers and sisters are put under fire in higher scrutiny during this pandemic, that we continue to show that we stand with our brothers and sisters in Shamata as well as Joshan. I know this isn't that commission, but wanted to mention that as well. So most definitely appreciate all of the hard work that you've done, Evan and Trina. And also, this is one of those Richmond commissions that expand past Richmond's borders. We have this commission interests so many different individuals from throughout West County that it's almost mind-boggling. So I've been saying since the pandemic started, Councilmember Jimenez, and hopefully once it's over, you'll have the opportunity to travel to some of our sister cities as I've had in the past, so you can see some of the outstanding relationships that Evan has been able to maintain. It's amazing. When you go to Japan, Evan is Richmond in Japan. So it is one of the best representations that we have out there. So just wanted to commend you and all the hard work that you and Trina have been doing, as well as the other commission members.
Okay, any other comments from council members? Do we have any public speakers?
We do not have any public speakers for this item.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Jimenez, did you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to make, thank you for the presentation, Ivan. And also, as I said to the youth council, I just apologize publicly because you have a presentation and you couldn't do it because we had the mayor cancel one of the meetings, and then we have so many other items, and I think you made public comments that day, so thank you for raising your voice about that, and happy to hear your presentation. Thank you for all the work. And yeah, so I apologize because we should not be doing that. We should respect and give the time to the community, especially leaders like you that are putting a lot of time into making Richmond a better place for everybody. Thank you.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Just a quick thank you. It's always nice to hear from our sister city commissions, committees. We have 3 wonderful sister city commissions, and certainly the Shimada is one that we highly value. So thank you for your remarks and your report, and keep doing the great work.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Okay, that leaves only the 4 consent calendar items that I had removed. And since they were all on the consent calendar together, I'd like to take them all at once. I want to try to get us out of here by 11 o'clock. So, Madam Clerk, would you read all 4 of those, H1 through H4?
Yes. Item H1 is to approve a $290,000 amendment to the legal services agreement with the law firm of Burke, Williams, and Sorensen LLP for services rendered from April 1, 2021 through June 30, 2023 for the Hacienda project and other Richmond Housing Authority projects. Item H2 is to approve a $40,000 amendment to the legal services agreement with the law firm of Burke, Williams, and Sorensen LLP for services rendered from July 1, 2021 through June 30, 2023 for general, municipal, and personnel matters. Item H3 is to approve a $50,000 legal services agreement with the law firm of Best, and Krieger for services rendered from April 1, 2021 through June 30, 2023 for general municipal matters. Item H4 is to approve a legal services agreement in the amount of $80,000 with Oppenheimer Investigations Group LLP to conduct personal investigations and a First Amendment in an amount of $40,000 to an existing legal services agreement with the law firm of Bernard, Fox, Elliott, Osmond, and Wenzel for a total contract amount of $50,000 to provide ongoing labor and employment legal advice to the Human Resources Department.
Okay, what I want to say about these is that all 4 of them share one or more common issues that concern me very much. And not all of them share all 4 issues. Some of them have all 4, some of them have 1 or 2. But the issues are that our charter provides provides a $10,000 ceiling for any contracts or authorizations by the city without approval of the city council. And not all of these, but most of these are efforts to clean up a situation where either the city manager or the city attorney or the 2 of them acting in concert either executed a contract or authorized services and paid substantial fees in excess of $10,000. The second item is that both our charter and municipal code only authorizes the mayor to sign contracts for goods and services over $10,000. And again, some but not all of these were executed without the mayor. The next one is that our municipal code provides a method to procure services that describes a procedure where there's some kind of qualifications or bids made, and some kind of a process where the providers of these services are selected. And in this case, there's no evidence that happened. What apparently happened is the city attorney went out and said, "Who wants to provide legal services for Richmond?" And a bunch of attorneys said, "We will." And from that list, they selected attorneys to provide legal services. So I'm not in favor of approving any of these contracts. I think both the mayor, both the city manager and the city attorney basically need to fess up and admit that they made major mistakes and find a different way of cleaning these up rather than getting the council to authorize them after the fact. So I assume the city council is going to pass these. I hope we don't have a long debate. I'm going to vote against it. But does anybody have any questions?
I'd like to move the item. Sorry, I didn't get recognized.
Second.
Okay. That was Councilor Willis.
Yes.
Okay, is there a
Seconded by
second?
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Yep,
right?
correct. But I see that there's some hands up from our colleagues.
Okay, so I can't see y'all. Who? So Vice Mayor Johnson, you were the seconder? Okay, good. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Bates.
Well, I too have some questions about not adhering to the charter. But I do want to hear an explanation from the staff as to how this occurred. And do they agree with the charter and what they intend to do in the future to avoid? I just don't understand how you can just arbitrarily approve a violation and not get an explanation and not get a justification or a promise that things will be done differently in the future. So I'm really surprised that my colleagues just ready to roll over and vote and approve these without an explanation, at least.
Anybody from staff want to respond, or we? Okay, go ahead, City Attorney.
So I think you do have 4 items in front of you, and I think you're going to have to walk through them. Not all of the items have the concerns that the mayor has raised, and even the concerns that have been raised are a little different than as stated. And so my suggestion is that we take these one at a time. And so with that indulgence, I will start with H1, which is
City Attorney, let me ask you a question. Councilmember Bates, you want to go through these one at a time?
Well, what's the purpose if there's some errors that you don't understand why it occurred and what's going to be the future response when situations like this come up? Now, I'd like for them to do it, but briefly, I don't want a long explanation. I think the H1 is a little bit clearer. It is a housing authority project that we had commitments to do certain legal work. That was almost automatic, but it's up to the city attorney and the city manager.
So H1 is a contract that was executed. We're seeking an amendment to this. The original contract was executed in April of this year. It was had a contract limit of $10,000. It was appropriately signed by the city manager. We are now seeking an additional $90,000. This work is for Richmond Housing Authority work. And per the direction of the city manager, we are bringing this to the council because there has been a decision made during the prior budgeting season to subsidize the housing authority, which doesn't have enough funds to operate. And so this is being brought to you for approval to add the additional funds necessary to do the legal work here. The problems that the mayor has identified do not apply to this contract. I think the question about why this is being brought to the city council as a subsidy as opposed to the Richmond Housing Authority is one that I think some combination of the city manager or finance director, the person who is stepping in for the finance director is the interim deputy city manager. And so
let me just interject. I mean, it's too long. You started out with 10,000, right?
Yep.
And then the council approved 180,000.
No.
Right?
No.
No. Could I interject?
Oh,
the information I have is that the city manager signed a contract for $10,000, but the attorney has already billed out $38,000. So instead of coming to the city council before and asking for approval to spend additional money, they just went ahead and spent it. And now they're coming back and asking us to make it okay. That's my complaint.
So this one was more than anticipated. I'm going to ask Heather to jump in, who knows a little bit more about the background on this.
That's too much, Lon. That's too much. I don't want all the background. Tell me what you're going to do to provide assurance that this thing don't happen in the future.
So in terms of the city attorney's office, the contracts that are monitored by the city attorney's office, since I arrived in November of 2020, we have put into place a system to monitor the burn rate. This is a burn rate problem. In other words, this should have tried to come to council for additional funding request when it was anticipated that it was needed. And so we have put a process in place in our office to monitor the burn rate every month. There's an invoice that comes in for work that's being done, and we check it against that. It is our hope that most of the time we will not be in the position of overrunning funds. That will happen occasionally. It happens in other departments, but we are trying to make that very much the exception rather than the rule. Beyond that, I think we would, if you want to understand exactly what was happening with these services, I would need to have Heather jump in.
Do you want more?
I don't think he's asking for that.
No.
Councilor Bates, do you have?
I'm finished.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So, Councilor Jimenez.
I think I would like to hear from the city attorney. Mayor, it seems pretty strange that you pull out all of these items and now you don't want a discussion. And I think if you pull it out, it's because you want a discussion of these items. And you are like, if you want a narrative saying that the city manager and the city attorney are doing wrongdoing and pointed out topics, and then you are not going to allow them in public to have this discussion. I don't know why you pull it out first. And then the other part is that I want to have a discussion around H4 because there is a common law of conflict of interest where you are having a conflict of interest. You are violating not only and by voting you are putting potentially the city at risk. And I want to have that conversation because it's not okay for the city to have a mayor who doesn't follow the rules, break the rules, and also that is making decisions about some investigation where he's part of that. And I think like for the public opinion and for the public, we want to promote trust. And the fact that any of us, if there is any situation that any of us is in part of that and we are making decisions about whether or not the investigation move forward or any decision, this is not okay. So you pull it out. I think the public and the city council deserve to have a full explanation as the city attorney saying that item by item should be discussed so we know which are the wrongdoing in each of them and for whom. Thank you. And then have this suggestion about like how we are going to make sure that these things are not happening in the future.
Okay, city attorney, you want to answer that?
So I think the question is to go through the rest of the contracts and then to explain what the current practices are that are in place. Am I understanding it correctly?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez? Okay.
And
So
the history, why, like if you have some history, because I know that when you come to the office, there were some history of doing this by the former city attorney. So I just want to make sure what also you have been putting in place.
So, okay, so I think we've addressed H2, which is essentially the work for the Richmond Housing Authority. That is the Burke, Williams and Sorensen contract requested for a $290,000 contract amendment. H2, I'm sorry, that was H1. H2 is a request for a $40,000 amendment to an existing contract that exists for $10,000. H2, the original contract was signed in May of 2020 with a contract limit of $10,000 that was executed by the city manager. The request is for an additional $25,000. That is what we're requesting from you to date. The work on the contract has been well below $10,000. So far, we have been billed just over $4,000. And the city has paid part of that money and will be paying the rest of it when it goes through the normal process to do so. So this is a contract that really is operating exactly the way it should. The original work was, the contract was for $10,000 and we're asking for more. So if there are any questions on this contract, I'm happy to answer the question, but it suffers from none of the concerns that the mayor has raised on this one. And again, our system is working here to try to monitor getting to you in time. Sometimes that's a challenge because you don't get through your agenda, as you know, or if a meeting is canceled and agendas are then backed up. But we are trying to get to you within our ability to do that, given your schedule. I'm going to then move on to H3 unless there are questions about H2. Okay, H3. H3 is a contract. It is a new contract for $50,000 with the firm of Best and Krieger for services rendered. There has been a small amount of work done on that contract. Services have been rendered $10,000. The contract has not been memorialized. We are requesting to do so. This is a situation where we will try to get to you in advance, but we weren't able to get to you on this. The practice in the office has been, if there's already one contract with a firm that has been executed within the year, we can't do a second $10,000 contract, which is why in this case, we didn't just go ahead and request that the city manager execute the $10,000 contract. We needed to come to you for the work. So the work still needed to be done. And so the work got started. We are requesting a new contract that would allow us to finish the work, that project, and give us room for a future project. Are there any questions with that particular contract? Okay.
You've got a hand up, Eduardo. Did you have a question?
Eduardo, you're muted.
You're muted. Councilor Martinez, you're muted.
Thank you. I've had my hand up for a really long time, long before this conversation started. Even before Council Member Jimenez had her hand up. But I don't want to interrupt the city attorney's.
We'll come back to you then.
Okay.
Teresa, go ahead.
Okay, so we are now moving on to H4. This item is being brought to you by the Human Resources Department, and so I can start to cover some of the concerns, but we may need to have our interim Human Resources Director jump in if he is available. These are two separate contracts that are both under the same item.
Actually, point of question. Does legal feel that that any of us should recuse ourselves for any of these?
There has been yes. There is a common law conflicts issue with both of these items for the mayor.
And City Attorney, this is Anil Kumelo. I'm happy to present this item if you so wish.
So shouldn't the mayor recuse himself if there is a concern?
The mayor has indicated that he is not going to recuse on this item.
Okay, so he has no concern about optics.
Okay, any other questions?
H4, we do have the interim deputy city manager. I'm going to go ahead and start with indulgences from Mr. Camello, and then ask that perhaps he can jump in. There are two contracts here. The second one identified is with Bertrand Fox. That is for an amendment to an existing contract. That contract was executed originally as a $10,000 contract. This was done in the early part of 2020. This contract was executed by the city manager. That contract was being managed in HR, and that contract has been overspent, just like the one we talked about earlier got overspent. This contract has been managed by HR, and so I will hand it off to Anil Camello to talk about, who was not with the city at the time this contract was executed, and he can talk about the systems that are in place in his department.
By the way, we've, I believe it's 11 o'clock where you are. It's not that where I am, but we're going to have a
It is 9 p.m. here, Mr. Mayor.
What?
Mr. Mayor, it's
It's
9 p.m.
10, was it 10?
9.
Oh, it's
9.
9 o'clock there. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm confused. All right, let's go ahead.
That contract, again, is a $10,000 contract. It was overspent. And the HR department is now requesting additional funds for that particular contract. There is additionally a contract requested, an amendment to a contract requested for a total not to exceed on the contract of $80,000 for investigation services with a law firm that provides investigations. And I'm going to go ahead and hand that one over to Anil Camello.
Thank you, City Attorney. Anil Camello, Honorable Mayor, Member of the City Council. Anil Camello, Interim Deputy City Manager. Before I ask for the Council's authorization for a total contract for Bertrand Fox in the amount of $50,000 and for the Oppenheimer firm for the total of $80,000, I want to provide you some background. For over a decade, the city has had a practice where contracts for law firms and investigative firms that are paid for through the risk fund did not come to the City Council. In November, when the new city attorney was hired, she conducted a review of the policy, and in December made a policy change. As a result, we have staff that is in city attorney's office and the human resources department has brought altogether 31 contracts or legal service agreements to the council for adoption. So these two are part of that ongoing work. Both these firms have conducted multiple projects for us. And there's a little bit more work to be done, which will be completed within the two amounts I've proposed. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Councilor Martinez, you had a question.
No, well, yeah, a question. I'm glad that this is an issue that's being looked at, but it's an issue that has been prevalent in the city of Richmond since I've been on the council. And it's just curious to me that it comes up now as an issue when it should have come up as an issue when I was first a council member. The fact that 4 items was pulled and then a statement was made and then conversation was not a high priority makes me think that it's political theater as opposed to a real concern about the issues that were mentioned. But the issues that were mentioned are important and they need to be looked at, and they should have been looked at years and years and years ago when Lindsay was here, when Goodmiller was here. They're issues that should have been looked at then. So thank you for looking at it. And I do believe that our current city manager and current legal department are doing their best to correct the issues that were prevalent when our previous leadership was here.
Well, with regard to item E4, it hits it. You can check all 4 boxes on it. It violates the charter. It violates the Richmond Municipal Code. It's an abuse of power. There's no legal basis for the work being done under it. And the procurement of it was not done in accordance with the Richmond Municipal Code. And I've been asking the city manager and the city attorney now for over a year what the legal basis is of the work being done under that contract. And neither one of them has answered me. So again, I think that unless there's further questions.
I got one last question.
Go ahead, Councilmember Bates.
To Mr. O'Neill. Are there
Yes, sir.
other surprises out there which we're not aware of that's going to pop up where funds are being paid illegally without council authority?
Well, I'll just say that the work continues. Remember that the city attorney made the policy shift in December 2020. We have been diligent and been trying to identify as many of these contracts as possible as being brought to our attention. We have in fact brought 31 legal service agreements for adoption to the council. You can see several here today. I'm hoping that there are not a whole lot more left. I don't think there are any, well, I cannot predict, but the work continues is all I'll say. But remember that the team you have in place today is the one that's cleaning this policy up. We are trying to find them and bring them to your attention and get them adopted.
Okay, my last question, Mr. Mayor. We have several attorneys, I think, capable, I suspect. I do not understand with the law firm and the legal staff that we have, that some of our own legal attorneys cannot be doing some of this work. I understand when it's a personnel situation, that's different. But we pay pretty big money, and we also have about what, 6 attorneys plus the city attorney, and none of them are capable of doing some of this work.
You have 7 attorneys when you are fully staffed. We are currently not fully staffed. I am at the tail end of a hiring process to add 2 attorneys to fill 2 of our vacancies. So we are not fully staffed. Even if we were fully staffed, however, we do not have the ability in our office to provide you with all of the legal services that this council demands. We simply do not have the capacity. And so while I am doing everything in my power to reduce that once we get fully staffed and looking strategically at what we pull out and what we pull in, our office is entirely overloaded. I have all of the attorneys working well more than a normal amount that we can anticipate. And so the answer to your question is no, there is no one here on staff that can just pick up this work.
Well, I suggest you hire someone that can start picking up some of that work.
Well, I didn't want to get into it because I wanted to move this on, but Councilmember Bates did ask, how this happened, or also Councilmember Martinez, how did this happen that nobody noticed? Well, what happened was that that city attorney Everett Jenkins did in fact.
Mayor,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to just counsel you to keep in mind confidential information that you and I have gone over what is confidential and what isn't. And I'm going to ask in advance that you keep that.
Well, I'll say it another way. Someone did in fact notice it and brought it to the attention of every council member. And so everybody knew about this, like a year and a half ago. And, so now what they're doing is trying to clean it up. I could say more, but I guess I don't want to get in a fight with the city attorney about what I can say, what I won't say. I will say this, that there's a lot of secrets in the city of Richmond that the public would be appalled to know. And the city attorney keeps them all hidden under a blanket under the guise of confidential information. I wish we could share this with the public so they could see how rotten to the core this city is, but we can't do it. Councilmember Jimenez, do you have something?
Yeah, I think it's true. Like they have been for a long time a way of doing city business that has not been good and appropriate. And I think I want to thank city attorney and city manager for being new and trying to take on this to clean all of this. It's difficult because it was two men that were a city attorney and a city manager, and now are the women who are cleaning up all the mess that neither the mayor or the former city council that has been here for 25 plus years had been able to raise until they feel accused to something. I think I wish, yeah, we can reveal more, but it's also we owe to the city to make sure that actions are not going to put in jeopardy the city. And we know that some of things that, particularly in this case, the mayor has done in his e-forum, had given a better case to whistleblowers and breaking some rules in the Brown Act. So I just want to make sure that we continue to clean up that this is, I don't want these things to happen. I know that you are going to discover more and more, right? Because the way that the city has been managed over 20 years hasn't been that well, that good management. And I thank you for taking that on, be honest, and accepting that there are some mistakes, but accepting it and putting it out here in public so we know what are they, so we can't address it then and continue to move forward. But what I am not here is to just point out fingers, and especially to the city attorney, saying that because there are some attorney privilege that we know, we know when we come here that closed session are closed sessions. We know that we hear here you talk about the Brown Act. So it's not about, oh, I wish I can say more and more. It's about being honest and making sure that we are not putting the city in jeopardy for lawsuits and making better cases for people that might not have a good case, but now they had good cases because the action of people in the city council. Thank you.
Okay, are there any public speakers, Madam Clerk?
No, we do not have any public speakers for this
Okay,
item.
would you call the vote on this, please?
Okay, I just want to clarify.
What's the vote? What's the motion?
The motion is, I think was the staff recommendation.
Well, I'm willing to approve some of them, but I'm not ready to approve them all. If they're going to go in a bunch, I'm voting no. If they're separated,
Well, I'm taking them in a bunch unless somebody wants to change it. They were all on the consent calendar together. Okay, so let's call a vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
I abstain.
Councilmember Jimenez,
yes,
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no and Councilmember Bates abstaining.
Okay, so that brings us to adjournment, and I have two adjournment memorials.
I just have
I
one.
have one too, Mr. Mayor. Go ahead.
Okay, well, the first one is for Oakland Symphony conductor Michael Morgan, who's been a hero in Richmond for a long time. He's brought the Oakland Symphony to Richmond for every 3rd of July, as long as I can remember. And he will be sorely missed. The other one is Josh Genzer, who has been involved in every aspect of Richmond life as long as I've been here, I believe. Both he and his family. And they both passed away this last week. Anybody else have any?
I had one. I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead, Councilmember Bates and then Johnson.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I also had Mr. Michael Morgan, outstanding symphony conductor at all of our recent 3rd of July celebrations at the Craneway. And of course, Josh, what a lovely and longtime friend and a tremendous contributor to the city. And also, some people may not remember, but Mrs. Ella Sewell, who was on a number of our boards and commissions, Friendship Commission. She used to host some of the young people coming from Shamata, and a lovely, lovely lady, a member of East Hill Methodist Baptist Church. And we're going to miss her dearly as well. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for those 3 acknowledgements.
Okay, anybody else?
Yeah,
Vice Mayor Johnson.
I just had one, and we did take care of Ms. Ella Sewell at the council meeting before recess, Councilmember Bates, and I was completely unaware of Josh Genzer, so I do want to send my condolences out to his family. Great guy. But then also longtime Richmond resident and musician, Mr. Robert Lee Hartfield Jr. died on July 28th and was laid to rest on August 13th. He was multi-talented, gospel singer, R&B singer, and as I mentioned, longtime Richmond resident. His daughter and family are also Richmond residents, and just wanted to acknowledge his life and legacy as well.
Okay. Anyone else? Going once, going twice? Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your evening. We are adjourned.
Tom, you
Good
at the
night,
Whitewater
everybody.
property.